Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more Nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog arrived at Baker Street the way it always did in November, without announcement, without apology, simply curling itself around the gas lamps like a cat claiming its favourite chair. It was the kind of fog that turned London into something softer, something almost forgivable, blurring the soot-stained brick and the sharp edges of ambition that cut through the city's heart during daylight hours. The lamp outside 221B flickered with a gentle golden persistence, its light reaching only far enough to illuminate the first few cobblestones before surrendering to the grey. Inside, the air carried the scent of pipe tobacco and old paper, that particular perfume of a room where thinking happened more often than cleaning. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair with the stillness of a man who had learned to make patience look like art. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin, and his grey eyes, sharp as broken glass even in repose, fixed upon the coal fire that muttered and popped in the grate. The flames cast dancing shadows across the cluttered sitting room, across the chemistry apparatus on the side table, across the violin case leaning against the wall like a sleeping companion. Dr. John Watson sat opposite, his medical journal open on his lap, though he hadn't turned a page in several minutes. He'd grown accustomed to these silences, to the way Holmes could sit so still that one might forget he was alive at all, until suddenly he would spring into motion with an observation that made the world reorganize itself into clearer patterns. Watson rather enjoyed these quiet evenings, when London pressed its fog against their windows, and the rest of the world seemed very far away indeed. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with a rhythm that bordered on hypnotic. 7:30. The city beyond their walls was settling into its evening routines. Clerks trudging home to their lodgings, vendors calling out last prices, the distant rattle and clop of hansom cabs navigating streets they knew by heart. Victorian London moved like a great machine, all its parts synchronized to the rhythm of work and rest, ambition and exhaustion. Somewhere out there, in those fog-wrapped streets, 1,000 small dramas were unfolding. Most would never reach the attention of Sherlock Holmes. Most were too ordinary, too predictable, too neatly explained by human nature's usual catalogue of motives. But tonight, something unusual was climbing the 17 steps to their door. Holmes lifted his head slightly, a movement so subtle that Watson almost missed it. "We have a visitor," the detective said, his voice carrying that tone of mild interest he reserved for puzzles not yet solved. "Nervous. Well-to-do, but not comfortably so. He's been standing outside for 3 minutes, working up the courage to knock." Watson glanced toward the door, hearing nothing yet. He'd long since stopped asking how Holmes knew these things. The man read the world the way others read books, finding meaning in the smallest details, the pattern of footsteps on stairs, the particular sound of breathing, the way fabric rustled when someone shifted their weight. A moment later the knock came, 3 taps, hesitant, apologetic for the intrusion. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below, followed by heavier footsteps on the stairs. The door opened to reveal a man of perhaps 40 years, dressed in a good wool coat that had seen better days, a silk hat that sat slightly askew on his balding head. His face was pale, drawn with worry, and his eyes darted about the room as if expecting something to leap out at him from behind the furniture. He clutched a walking stick in one hand, though he seemed too young to need it for support. It was more talisman than tool, something to hold on to. "Mr. Holmes?" His voice wavered slightly. "Dr. Watson. I apologise for the late hour, but I didn't know where else to turn." Holmes gestured to the chair that sat between his own and Watson's, a position that allowed him to study visitors from the optimal angle. "Please, sit. Mrs. Hudson, tea would be most welcome." He waited until their landlady had departed and their guest had settled, though settled was perhaps too generous a word for the way the man perched on the edge of the chair ready to bolt. "You're troubled by something that keeps you awake at night, Mr. Thornbury, James Thornbury." He removed his hat, clutching it now instead of the walking stick. "I'm a merchant, Mr. Holmes. Import business. Tea, primarily from India. A good business, steady, nothing remarkable about it." He paused, seeming to gather himself, "until 6 days ago, when my business partner stopped sleeping." Watson leaned forward slightly. As a medical man, he found this statement immediately concerning. "Stopped sleeping entirely? You're certain?" Thornbury nodded, his fingers working at the brim of his hat. "I thought at first he was exaggerating, you understand. Edmund Blackwell, my partner these past 8 years, he's always been intense about the work, dedicated. But 6 days ago, he told me he'd discovered a way to eliminate the need for sleep." I laughed, Mr. Holmes. I thought he was making one of his peculiar jokes. But he was serious. Deadly serious. The fire crackled, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. Outside, the fog pressed closer, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the hour, 8 o'clock. The city's rhythm continued, indifferent to the small mystery unfolding in this cluttered room. Holmes's fingers drummed once against the arm of his chair, a gesture Watson recognized as intrigue. "And you've verified this claim? You've observed him personally?" "Every day and night since," Thornbury said, his voice dropping lower as if sharing a secret the walls shouldn't hear. "He comes to the office before dawn and remains long after midnight. I've watched him, Mr. Holmes. I've sat in our office at 3 a.m, pretending to work on accounts, and he's there, fresh as morning, his eyes bright, his mind sharp. Sharper even than usual. He's been more productive in these 6 days than in the previous 6 months. He renegotiated contracts, identified inefficiencies in our operations, solved problems that had plagued us for years." Thornbury's hands trembled slightly. "But there's something wrong with it. Something unnatural." Watson couldn't help himself. "The human body requires sleep, Mr. Thornbury. It's not a matter of willpower or efficiency. It's a biological necessity. Without sleep, the mind deteriorates. Hallucinations, impaired judgment, eventually complete collapse. I've seen soldiers pushed to such extremes during campaigns. It never ends well." "I know," Thornbury whispered. "That's why I'm here. Because Edmund shows none of those signs. He's not deteriorating. If anything, he's thriving. And that frightens me more than if he were falling apart." Holmes rose from his chair with fluid grace, moving to the window where he pulled back the curtain to gaze out at the fog-shrouded street. The lamplight caught his profile, sharp and thoughtful. "You mentioned he discovered a way to eliminate sleep. Discovered, not simply decided to forgo it. That implies a method. Science. Perhaps chemistry." Thornbury's silence was answer enough. Turning back, Holmes studied their visitor with an intensity that made the merchant shift uncomfortably. "There's more troubling you than your partner's unusual wakefulness. Something specific brought you here tonight, at this particular hour, in this particular state of agitation. What happened today, Mr. Thornbury?" The merchant's face went, if possible, even paler. "A theft. At Harrington and Sons, the jewellers on Bond Street. 3 nights ago their safe was opened. No signs of forced entry, no witnesses, nothing disturbed except for a single diamond necklace worth £12,000. Gone." He swallowed hard. "The night watchman swears he saw no one. The locks were expertly manipulated, and Edmund mentioned that necklace at dinner yesterday. Described it in perfect detail down to the clasp, though he'd never set foot in that shop." Watson felt his pulse quicken despite the room's soporific warmth. "You think your partner is involved?" "I think," Thornbury said slowly, "that a man who never sleeps has many hours to fill, and I think Edmund has been different, not just wakeful but driven, obsessed. He talks constantly about limitations, about human potential, about breaking free from the constraints of ordinary existence. He used to be a good man, Mr. Holmes, honest. But now—" He trailed off, shaking his head. Holmes returned to his chair, settling back into it with the air of a man who had just been presented with a gift. "Fascinating. The Harrington theft, yes. I read about it in the evening papers. Inspector Lestrade is baffled, which is admittedly not unusual, but the details were intriguing. No violence, no crudeness, just surgical precision." He paused, his eyes distant. "Tell me, Mr. Thornbury, has your partner spoken of others? Are there more people engaged in this experiment?" "He mentioned a colleague," Thornbury admitted. "Someone he meets occasionally. A chemist, I think, though he's never given me a name. And once he referred to the others who understand, but he wouldn't elaborate." The clock ticked on. Mrs. Hudson arrived with tea, the china clinking softly as she set the tray down. The scent of bergamot joined the tobacco in the air, another layer of comfort in a room dedicated to unravelling discomfort. Watson poured for their guest, noting how Thornbury's hands shook as he accepted the cup. "I don't want to believe Edmund is a criminal," the merchant said quietly, "but I don't understand what he's become, and tonight as I sat in our office watching him work, watching him never tire, never slow, never even blink for minutes at a time, I realised I was afraid of him." Holmes sipped his own tea, contemplating. Fear is often wisdom dressed in uncomfortable clothing. "You were right to come here." He set down his cup with a soft clink. "I'll take your case, Mr. Thornbury, but I must warn you, the truth, when we uncover it, may be stranger and more troubling than you imagine. The human body and mind are not meant to be pushed beyond their natural boundaries. When we force them past those limits, the results are rarely simple crimes. They tend toward tragedy." Thornbury stood, relief and apprehension warring across his features. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I wasn't sure you'd believe me. It sounds mad, doesn't it? A man who never sleeps." "The impossible," Holmes replied, rising to show their client to the door, "is merely the not yet understood. Sleep is a biological necessity, yes, but so is breathing, and yet freedivers have learned to hold their breath for extraordinary periods. So is food, and yet religious ascetics fast for weeks. The question is not whether your partner has found a way around sleep, but what price he's paying that isn't yet visible, and what he's doing with all those extra hours." When Thornbury had departed, his footsteps fading down the stairs and out into the fog-wrapped street, Watson turned to his friend. "What do you make of it?" Holmes stood at the window again, watching the fog swallow their visitor's retreating form. "I make it, Watson, that we are about to explore the boundaries of human obsession, and perhaps discover what happens when ambition forgets to rest." He turned back to the room, and there was something almost gentle in his expression, a recognition of shared human frailty. "Even machines need maintenance, old friend. The body that never stops eventually breaks in ways that can't be mended. The question before us is, what breaks first, the body, the mind, or the soul?" Outside, London settled deeper into its evening rhythms, a million souls preparing for sleep, for that necessary surrender to darkness and dreams. But somewhere in that vast city, at least one man remained awake, driven by forces neither Thornbury nor Holmes yet understood. The game, as they said, was afoot. Morning arrived in London the way it always did in November, reluctantly, as if the sun itself needed convincing that rising was worth the effort. The fog from the previous night had thinned but not departed, clinging to the Thames like a stubborn guest who hadn't quite understood that the party was over. From the window of 221B Baker Street the city emerged in layers. First the nearest rooftops with their chimney pots breathing coal smoke into the grey sky, then the church spires reaching upward with Victorian determination, and finally in the far distance the vague suggestion of the financial district where men in tall hats were already hurrying to their desks, their breath forming small clouds in the cold air. Watson found Holmes exactly where he'd left him 3 hours earlier, in his armchair, though now surrounded by newspapers spread across every available surface like a paper garden that had grown wild overnight. The detective's eyes were bright with that particular intensity that meant he'd been awake all night. Though unlike the mysterious Edmund Blackwell, Holmes would eventually pay for this wakefulness with a day of brooding torpor. For now, though, he was animated, his fingers moving from one newspaper to another, marking passages with a pencil. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without looking up. "Excellent timing. I've been mapping our man's activities, or at least what might be his activities. 3 incidents in the past fortnight, each requiring presence in locations across London at times that would be difficult, though not impossible for an ordinary man to manage. But for someone who never sleeps, the city becomes a much smaller place." Watson settled into his chair, accepting the coffee Mrs. Hudson brought up, bless the woman. She seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to appear with refreshment exactly when needed. "What have you found?" Holmes held up the first newspaper, his finger marking a column. "The Harrington theft we know about, but 5 nights ago there was a fire at a warehouse in Limehouse. The building stored imported silks and spices. The blaze started near midnight, and the remarkable thing, Watson, is that someone had unlocked all the loading doors from the inside before the fire began. Not break them open, Unlocked them with keys. The owner swears only 3 people had keys: himself, his foreman, and his night watchman. All 3 have solid alibis. Arson for insurance purposes, Watson suggested. The owner is devastated and uninsured. No, this was something else. The fire destroyed records primarily. Shipping manifests, customs documentation, business correspondence. Someone wanted information erased. Holmes set that paper aside and lifted another. And then, 2 days ago, a forgery appeared at the Bank of England. A letter of credit, perfectly executed, the paper and ink precisely matched to genuine documents. It authorised the transfer of £8,000. The signature was flawless. The manager himself didn't catch it until the real account holder happened to inquire about his balance. Watson leaned forward, his medical journal forgotten. You think these are connected? That Blackwell is responsible for all of them? I think, Holmes said carefully, rising to pace the room as he often did when his mind was working through possibilities, that we have crimes requiring several specific talents: lockpicking, knowledge of building layouts, access to high-quality forgery materials, and most intriguingly, time. Hours and hours of uninterrupted time to study, to practice, to execute. What does a man do with 8 extra hours each night, Watson? The night stretches long and lonely for someone who cannot sleep. One needs occupation. The morning light, such as it was, crept further into the room. Outside, London's daily symphony was building, the clatter of delivery carts, the calls of street vendors, the endless percussion of boots on pavement. This was the city of Victoria's empire at its height, a place that seemed to believe rest was for the weak and progress measured in how much one could accomplish before collapse. The very architecture spoke of ambition, buildings climbing higher each decade, railways burrowing deeper, bridges spanning wider. London was a city that had forgotten how to sleep, driven by steam and coal and the relentless hunger for more. We need to see him, Watson said. This Blackwell. Observe him ourselves. Holmes smiled, that quick flash of pleasure he showed when Watson anticipated his plans. Precisely. Thornbury has given me the office address. They import tea, which means warehouses at the docks, but their business office is on Cheapside, nestled among counting houses and solicitors' firms. Respectable, solid, the kind of place where fortunes are made quietly through ledgers and contracts, rather than through anything as vulgar as physical labour. He pulled on his coat, a long affair that gave him the appearance of a particularly thoughtful crow. Come, Watson, let's see what a man who never sleeps looks like in daylight. They descended into the London morning, where the fog wrapped around them like a familiar acquaintance. The hansom cab Holmes hailed moved through streets that were becoming busier by the moment. Clerks streamed toward offices, shop girls hurried to their counters, crossing sweepers worked their corners with the dedication of soldiers at their posts. Victorian London operated on strict hierarchies of labour and time, everyone in their place, everyone knowing their role in the great machine of commerce and civilization. As they travelled toward Cheapside, Watson found himself studying the city with fresh eyes. These streets during daylight held an entirely different character than their nighttime mystery. Here were the proud facades of merchant wealth, buildings of Portland stone and brick, their windows gleaming with fresh polish, their doorways marked by brass plates announcing respectable businesses. Banks stood like temples to capitalism, their columns and cornices suggesting that money was not merely practical but somehow divine. Insurance companies, shipping agencies, import houses, all the infrastructure of the empire condensed into a few square miles of London's commercial heart. The cab stopped before a building of modest but solid construction. 4 stories of soot-darkened brick with windows that looked out onto the street with the blank gaze of industry. A brass plate beside the door read, Thornbury and Blackwell, Import Merchants, established 1879. Only 13 years old then, a relatively young firm, still building its reputation, still hungry. Holmes paid the driver and stood for a moment on the pavement, his keen eyes studying the building's face. Note the windows on the 3rd floor, Watson. The corner office, curtains drawn despite the morning hour, and there, do you see? A shadow passing. Someone is there, and by the speed of that movement, someone is alert. They climbed the stairs, for of course such a building would have no lift, that luxury reserved for grander establishments, past the 1st floor where a solicitor's frosted glass door suggested wills and contracts, past the second floor's mysterious unmarked entrance, until they reached the third floor and the offices of Thornbury and Blackwell. The door stood slightly ajar. Holmes raised an eyebrow and pushed it open slowly. The office beyond was a study in contrasts. One side, presumably Thornbury's desk, was organised chaos. Papers in neat stacks, a blotter aligned precisely parallel to the desk's edge, pens arranged by size, a small clock ticking faithfully beside an inkwell. The other desk, however, looked as if a whirlwind had taken up residence and decided to conduct business. Papers covered every inch of surface, some covered in calculations, others filled with diagrams and notes in a cramped, urgent hand. Books lay open, their pages marked with slips of paper, and scattered among the chaos were teacups. Watson counted 5, all empty, all showing the brown residue of strong tea drunk and forgotten. Behind the chaotic desk sat a man who matched his workspace. Edmund Blackwell was perhaps 35, though something about him suggested age beyond years. He was thin, not naturally lean, but hollowed out, as if something had been consuming him from within. His face was pale, the kind of pallor that suggested not mere absence of sunlight, but a more fundamental disconnect from healthy living. But his eyes, Watson found himself caught by those eyes, burned with an intensity that was almost painful to witness. They were fever-bright, moving constantly, taking in everything, missing nothing. Dark circles beneath them suggested exhaustion, yet the eyes themselves showed no weariness whatsoever. Blackwell looked up as they entered, and his gaze fixed on Holmes with immediate recognition. "The detective," he said, his voice surprisingly strong, resonant. "Thornbury sent you, of course. I told him not to bother, but James never could help worrying." He gestured to the chairs facing his desk without rising. "Please, sit. Though I suspect you're here to observe rather than converse. That's what detectives do, isn't it? Observe, deduce, reduce human complexity to simple chains of cause and effect." Holmes settled into the offered chair with his characteristic grace, while Watson took the seat beside him. The doctor found himself automatically noting details. Blackwell's pulse visible at his throat, beating perhaps slightly fast. His hands, when they moved, showed a fine tremor. His clothing, though well made, hung loose on his frame, suggesting recent weight loss. "Mr. Blackwell," Holmes began, his tone conversational, almost gentle. "I'm told you've made a remarkable discovery. The elimination of sleep, quite an achievement, if true." Blackwell's laugh was sharp, humourless. "If true? Look at me, Mr. Holmes. Look at these papers, this work. I've accomplished in 6 days what would normally take 6 weeks. I've renegotiated 3 contracts, identified a shipping route that saves us 14% in costs, and drafted proposals for expansion into markets we'd previously considered unreachable, all because I'm no longer shackled by the tyranny of biological necessity." "The tyranny?" Watson couldn't help interjecting. "That keeps humans alive and sane?" Those burning eyes turned to him. "Alive, perhaps, but sane. Doctor, have you considered that sleep might be evolution's mistake? 8 hours of unconsciousness each day, a third of our lives spent in enforced uselessness. Imagine what humanity could achieve if we reclaimed those hours. Imagine the progress, the innovation, the sheer productivity." Holmes leaned back slightly, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. "An intriguing philosophy. And your method? Some combination of stimulants, I presume. Coffee alone won't accomplish such a feat." For the first time, something guarded entered Blackwell's expression. "My methods are my own, Mr. Holmes. Let's simply say I've studied the chemistry of consciousness and found ways to optimize it. The human brain is merely a machine, after all. Feed it properly, remove the inefficiencies, and it can run indefinitely. Machines," Holmes observed mildly, "require maintenance. They break down when pushed beyond their design specifications. The human body evolved sleep for reasons we don't fully understand, but evolution rarely makes such expensive mistakes. Sleep must serve a purpose." "Or," Blackwell countered, leaning forward with sudden intensity, "it's simply a limitation we've been too timid to overcome. Do you know what I've realised, Mr. Holmes, in these wakeful nights? The city never truly sleeps. London at 3 a.m. is still alive, not as bustling as midday, certainly, but alive. There are people working, moving, living, and the rest. They're simply surrendering to biological programming, wasting hours they could spend becoming more, achieving more, being more." Watson watched a muscle twitch in Blackwell's jaw and recognised the signs he'd seen before in men pushed past endurance. There was something brittle about the merchant, something wound too tight. "Mr. Blackwell, as a physician, I must warn you." "I don't need warnings, Doctor. I need the world to catch up to what I've discovered." Blackwell stood abruptly, moving to the window where he pulled back the curtain, flooding the office with grey London light. Look at them. Thousands of people, all trapped in the same cycle. Work, eat, sleep, repeat. None of them reach their potential because they are too busy unconsciously. I've broken free of that cycle. I'm finally alive in a way I never was before. Holmes rose smoothly, approaching the window to stand beside Blackwell. "And the hours you spend awake. How do you fill them?" A pause, weighted with things unsaid. "I work. I study. I walk around the city. London is different at night, Mr. Holmes. You of all people must appreciate that. The darkness reveals truths that daylight hides." "It does," Holmes agreed softly. "And sometimes those truths are uncomfortable. Sometimes what we discover in darkness are the parts of ourselves we'd prefer to keep hidden." Blackwell turned sharply, and for a moment Watson saw something flash across that pale face. Fear, perhaps, or recognition that he'd been seen too clearly. But it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by that burning intensity. "I have work to attend to, gentlemen. Unless you have specific accusations, I'll ask you to leave." They descended the stairs in silence, emerging into the street where the morning had fully arrived, such as London mornings arrived. The fog was lifting, revealing more of the city's face, the endless parade of buildings, the busy commerce of Cheapside, the great dome of St. Paul's in the distance marking the heart of the old city. "Well?" Watson asked as they began walking, Holmes apparently in no hurry to hail another cab. "A man on the edge," Holmes replied, his voice thoughtful. "Did you notice his hands, Watson? The tremor? That's not merely nerves. And his eyes. The pupils were dilated despite the bright light. Some combination of stimulants, certainly, but powerful ones. Probably cocaine-based, possibly mixed with strychnine or another nervous system stimulant. He's chemically whipping his body to stay conscious, and he's been doing it long enough that his physiology is beginning to revolt." They walked past a coffee house where clerks gathered for their morning fortification, past a stationer's where a young woman arranged reams of paper in the window display. The city hummed with activity, with purpose, with the daily labour of thousands trying to earn their place in Victoria's empire. "But is he a criminal?" Watson pressed. Holmes was quiet for a moment, navigating around a street vendor selling roasted chestnuts, the smell warm and inviting in the cold air. "That, my dear Watson, is the question that interests me less than why. Why would a successful merchant, a man with a good business and a stable life, decide to eliminate sleep? What drives such obsession? Because make no mistake, what we just witnessed was obsession, pure and burning. Edmund Blackwell isn't experimenting with wakefulness. He's fleeing from something sleep might force him to confront." They had reached the corner where Cheapside met Poultry, and Holmes paused, turning back to look at the building they'd just left. In the third-floor window a figure stood watching them, thin, pale, unmoving. Even from this distance Watson could feel the intensity of that gaze. "He'll make a mistake," Holmes said quietly. "Men in that state always do. The body can be fooled, but never indefinitely. Eventually biology demands its due. Our task is to ensure that when Edmund Blackwell finally falls, he doesn't take innocent people down with him." The figure in the window remained motionless, watching, as Holmes and Watson disappeared into the flow of London's morning crowd. The city moved on around them, indifferent as always, a million souls pursuing their own obsessions, their own desperate attempts to matter in a world that seemed to offer far too few hours for all that needed doing. Somewhere a clock struck 10, marking the passage of another hour in a city that measured time in increments of productivity and profit, a city that had forgotten, if it ever knew, that rest was not weakness, but wisdom. The game was indeed afoot, but what game exactly was still emerging from the fog. The afternoon found Holmes in his natural habitat, not the fog-bound streets of London, but rather the cluttered interior of a chemist's shop tucked away on a narrow lane off the Strand. The establishment bore the dignified name Pemberton and Sons, Pharmaceutical Chemists. though the shop itself had the comfortable shabbiness of a place where science mattered more than appearances. Glass bottles lined shelves from floor to ceiling, their contents ranging from the mundane, aspirin powders and cough syrups, to the exotic, tinctures with Latin, names that suggested mysteries Watson's medical education had only briefly touched upon. The air inside held that particular scent of a chemist's domain. Sharp chemical tang mixed with the sweetness of compounds whose purposes were known only to those who'd studied the periodic table with something approaching religious devotion. Dust motes danced in the thin light filtering through windows that hadn't seen a thorough cleaning since the shop's establishment in 1867, according to the faded date painted above the door. Behind the counter stood a man who might have been anywhere from 50 to 70, his age obscured by the kind of vitality that comes from finding one's passion and spending a lifetime in its pursuit. Mr. Pemberton, for it was he, the sons having long since departed for more lucrative professions, wore a white coat that had seen considerable service and spectacles that magnified his pale blue eyes to almost comical proportions. He recognised Holmes immediately, as most chemists in London did. The detective was a frequent visitor to such establishments, always seeking some obscure compound or asking questions about poisons and their antidotes. "Mr. Holmes," Pemberton said, his voice carrying the slight quaver of age but none of its uncertainty. "And Dr. Watson, if I'm not mistaken. What brings you gentlemen to my humble establishment? Another inquiry into the properties of rare toxins, or perhaps you need something for one of your experiments?" Holmes approached the counter with the air of a man settling in for a long conversation. "Information, Mr. Pemberton. Always my most valued commodity. Tell me, what do you know about stimulants, the kind that might keep a man awake for extended periods?" The chemist's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. "Ah, well, that's a rather broad category, Mr. Holmes. There's coffee, of course, and tea. Caffeine is quite effective in moderate doses, though one builds tolerance quickly. Then there are the more potent compounds. Cocaine, naturally, which I understand you yourself have some experience with." Watson shifted uncomfortably. Holmes's occasional use of cocaine was a matter of some concern between them, a habit the detective indulged in during periods of inactivity when his mind craved stimulation that ordinary life couldn't provide. But Holmes merely nodded, unperturbed by the reference. "Indeed. But I'm thinking of something more sustained, something that could keep a man not merely alert for a night or two, but wakeful for days on end without apparent deterioration of mental faculties." Pemberton's expression grew more serious, the casual chat of professionals giving way to something graver. He glanced around his shop as if checking for eavesdroppers, though they were quite alone. "You're speaking of dangerous territory, Mr. Holmes, the kind of compounds that could achieve such an effect. They exact a terrible price. The body wasn't meant to be driven so hard. But it can be done, Holmes?" Pressed. The chemist sighed, removing his spectacles to polish them with the edge of his coat. "Theoretically, yes. A combination approach would be required. Cocaine or one of its derivatives to stimulate the central nervous system. Strychnine in carefully measured doses, enough to heighten nervous responses without triggering convulsions. Perhaps some form of phosphorus compound to enhance mental acuity, and certainly massive doses of caffeine as a foundation." He replaced his spectacles, his magnified eyes troubled. "But Mr. Holmes, such a regimen would be extraordinarily dangerous. The heart alone would be under tremendous strain, and the human mind needs sleep not merely for rest, but for processing, for consolidation of memory, for maintenance of sanity itself." Holmes leaned against the counter, his long fingers drumming thoughtfully against the worn wood. "Suppose someone were attempting such a thing. What would you observe in them physically, initially?" Pemberton moved along his shelves, pulling down bottles seemingly at random, reading their labels as if consulting old friends. "Energy, certainly. Enhanced focus, quickened thought processes. The subject would feel invincible, capable of anything. Their pupils would dilate, heart rate would increase. They might experience a sensation of heightened perception, colours more vivid, sounds more distinct. Rather seductive, I imagine, particularly for someone prone to ambition. And later, the chemist set down a bottle of clear liquid with more force than necessary. Tremors, as the nervous system rebels. Weight loss, as the body consumes itself to maintain the heightened metabolic state. Paranoia, almost certainly. Lack of sleep disrupts the brain's ability to process emotional information correctly. Hallucinations, starting subtle but growing more pronounced, and eventually complete collapse. The body would simply shut down, perhaps fatally. You're essentially describing a form of very slow poisoning, Mr. Holmes. Watson, who had been listening with professional interest, added his own observations. I've seen similar effects in soldiers during particularly brutal campaigns. Men pushed past the point of endurance. Some used various stimulants to keep themselves alert during long watches or forced marches. The immediate effect was impressive. They could keep fighting when by all rights they should have collapsed. But the aftermath... He shook his head. I've watched men break down completely. Some never recovered fully. The mind is resilient, but it has limits. Holmes absorbed this information with the focused intensity he brought to all aspects of investigation. This combination you described, how difficult would it be to formulate? Would it require specialized knowledge? Pemberton considered the question carefully. The individual components are available to anyone with basic chemical knowledge and access to a well-stocked pharmacy or chemical supplier. The difficulty lies in the dosing. Too little, and you simply get an energetic person who'll eventually sleep. Too much, and you get a corpse. Finding the balance, adjusting dosages as tolerance builds, that would require someone with considerable expertise. A trained chemist or physician, certainly. Or someone who'd spent considerable time experimenting, possibly on themselves. Or, Holmes said softly, someone who had access to expert guidance. Tell me, Mr. Pemberton, have you heard of others making similar inquiries? Perhaps someone seeking these specific compounds in combination. The chemist hesitated, and Watson could see the conflict playing across his features, professional discretion warring with civic duty. Finally he spoke. I've had one unusual customer in recent months, a gentleman, well-dressed, educated manner. He purchased cocaine, caffeine in crystalline form, and several other compounds. The combination struck me as odd, but he claimed to be conducting research into nervous system function. He paid well and in cash, which is not so unusual as to raise an immediate alarm, but he returned 3 times, each time for larger quantities. His name? He gave it to Dr. Lawrence. I assumed he was legitimate. He certainly spoke like a medical man. But thinking back, Pemberton trailed off, troubled. He had that quality you see sometimes in men obsessed with their work, a certain intensity of focus that edges toward mania, and his hands trembled when he counted out his payment, though he couldn't have been more than 35. Holmes straightened from the counter. This Dr. Lawrence, can you describe him? The description that followed matched Edmund Blackwell in every particular. The pale complexion, the burning eyes, the thin frame, the nervous energy that seemed to radiate from him like heat from a coal fire. When Pemberton finished, Holmes nodded slowly. One more question, the detective said. If someone were using such compounds regularly, how long could they sustain it? Days? Weeks? Days, certainly, Pemberton replied. Perhaps a week, or even 2 if they were extraordinarily careful and lucky. But beyond that, the body would begin to fail in ways that no amount of chemical stimulation could overcome. The heart would weaken, the liver and kidneys struggling to process all those foreign compounds would start to shut down, and the brain... Mr. Holmes, the brain is not a machine that can simply be overclocked indefinitely. It needs rest. Dreams, we're learning, serve crucial functions we don't fully understand. Deny the brain those processes long enough, and it will begin to dream while awake. Hallucinations, Watson murmured. Worse than simple hallucinations, Pemberton said grimly. Waking dreams that blend with reality until the subject can no longer distinguish one from the other. I've read case studies from asylums, patients who went mad from enforced wakefulness. It's not a pleasant end. They departed the chemist's shop as afternoon was giving way to evening, the winter sun, what little of it had managed to penetrate London's perpetual haze, already thinking about retreat. The streets were busy with the day's final commerce, shop girls hurrying home before full dark, office workers flooding from buildings toward omnibuses and trains, street vendors calling out reduced prices for goods they'd rather sell than carry home. Holmes walked in silence for several blocks, his sharp profile cutting through the crowds with unconscious authority. Watson knew better than to interrupt when his friend was processing information, arranging facts into patterns that would eventually reveal their hidden meaning. Finally, as they crossed over the Fleet Street Bridge, Holmes spoke. He's using himself as an experiment, Watson. Blackwell isn't merely trying to eliminate sleep, he's trying to transcend human limitation itself. It's a kind of mania dressed up as scientific inquiry. But why? Watson asked, watching the Thames flow beneath them, dark and sluggish with the weight of the empire it carried. A successful merchant with everything to lose. Why risk it all for wakefulness? Holmes paused at the bridge's midpoint, leaning against the stone balustrade to gaze down at the river. The water reflected the gas lamps just beginning to glow along the embankment, creating ribbons of gold in the gathering darkness. That, he said quietly, is the question that haunts me. Men don't make such choices lightly. There's something he's running from, something that sleep forces him to confront. Dreams, perhaps. Memories. The quiet voice of conscience that speaks loudest in darkness. A barge passed below them, its cargo of coal destined for one of the city's countless furnaces. The bargeman stood at his tiller, patient as the river itself, guiding his vessel through waters he'd navigated 1,000 times. There was something restful about the sight, Watson thought. The steady, ancient rhythm of work done without frenzy. The acceptance of one's place in the great flow of commerce and time. We need to speak with someone who knows about the mind, Holmes continued, not just the chemistry but the psychology. What happens to a man when he denies himself rest? What doors open or close in the psyche? Watson brightened slightly. Dr. Mortimer, perhaps. He's been studying the new psychological theories, Jung and Freud and the rest. Has an interest in dreams particularly. He's given lectures at the Royal Society on the subject. Excellent. Send him a telegram, Watson. Ask him to meet us this evening if possible. The matter is urgent. Holmes pushed off from the balustrade, resuming their walk homeward. Because if Blackwell has been awake for 6 days already, and if Pemberton's assessment is correct, we're running against a clock. The man will break soon, and when he does... He didn't need to finish the thought. They'd both seen enough of human nature to know that people in extremis made poor decisions, and a man who had already committed theft, for Holmes clearly believed Blackwell was their culprit, might escalate to worse when desperation set in. They reached Baker Street just as the evening lamps were being lit, Mrs. Hudson's silhouette visible in the window above preparing their supper. The familiar sight was comforting after the day's unsettling discoveries. There was something fundamentally disturbing about the idea of a wakefulness without end, about pushing the human machine past its natural limits. It spoke to a kind of hubris that characterized the Victorian age, the belief that nature itself could be conquered, that progress meant transcending the constraints of mortality and flesh. But Holmes, for all his intellectual brilliance, seemed to grasp something that men like Blackwell missed, that limitations weren't necessarily weaknesses to be overcome. Sometimes they were wisdom written into the very fabric of existence. In the sitting room, Holmes went immediately to his violin, taking it up with almost tender care. He didn't speak, didn't explain, simply began to play. A slow, melancholy piece that Watson didn't recognize. The notes filled the room like smoke, curling around the furniture, the books, the evidence of their shared life. Watson settled into his chair and let the music wash over him. This was Holmes's way of thinking, of processing the day's discoveries. The violin spoke what words couldn't quite capture. The sadness of human frailty, the tragedy of ambition turned destructive, the quiet recognition that some boundaries existed for good reason. Outside, London prepared for sleep. In a million homes, lamps were being extinguished, prayers whispered, children tucked into beds. The great city was winding down, surrendering to the darkness as it had since before Romans walked these same hills. Sleep was the great leveller. It claimed pauper and prince alike, asked nothing but surrender, and offered in return the only true escape from the weight of conscious existence. But somewhere in that vast metropolis at least one man remained defiantly awake, his eyes burning in the darkness, his mind racing through thoughts that grew increasingly disordered, his body consuming itself in service to an obsession he could no longer name. The violin sang on, and Watson found his own eyes growing heavy. He let them close, trusting in the natural rhythm of rest and waking, the ancient pattern that Blackwell had tried so desperately to break. Some boundaries, Watson thought as sleep took him, existed for reasons deeper than mere convenience, and violating them carried prices that gold could never pay. Dr. Mortimer arrived at Baker Street precisely at 8 o'clock, punctual as always, his tall frame folding itself into their sitting room, with the awkward grace of a heron settling at a riverbank. He was a man of perhaps 45, with receding sandy hair and the kind of intense, scholarly gaze that suggested he saw people not as individuals but as fascinating collections of psychological phenomena waiting to be catalogued. He'd brought with him a leather satchel bulging with papers and journals, the tools of his trade as surely as Watson's stethoscope or Holmes's magnifying glass. "Gentlemen," he said, accepting the brandy Holmes offered with a nod of thanks, "your telegram was intriguingly vague. Something about sleep deprivation and its psychological consequences. I must say, you've touched upon one of my particular interests. The dream state and its relationship to waking consciousness is proving to be far more complex than we'd imagined even a decade ago." Holmes settled into his chair, the violin now resting in its case. The evening's music concluded. "Tell me, Doctor, what happens to a man who doesn't sleep? Not for a night or two, but for an extended period. Say, a week or more." Mortimer's eyebrows rose with professional interest. "Ah, well, that depends largely on the individual and the circumstances, but there are common patterns we've observed. May I ask if this is theoretical, or are we discussing an actual case?" "Very much actual," Watson interjected. "A man who claims to have eliminated the need for sleep entirely through chemical means. 6 days so far, possibly longer, with no apparent deterioration in cognitive function. If anything, he appears more capable, more productive." "Impossible," Mortimer said immediately, then paused, his scholarly caution reasserting itself. "Or rather, highly improbable without severe consequences. The human brain requires sleep for several crucial functions. Memory consolidation, certainly, the process by which short-term experiences are transferred to long-term storage. Emotional regulation, the limbic system, when deprived of sleep, becomes hyperactive, leading to mood swings, irritability, paranoia, and something we're only beginning to understand, a kind of cellular maintenance, a flushing of metabolic waste products that accumulate during waking hours." He leaned forward, his brandy forgotten in his enthusiasm for the subject. "But the most fascinating aspect, from a psychological perspective, is what happens to the boundary between conscious and unconscious thought. You see, dreams aren't merely random neural firing, as some earlier theorists suggested. They're the mind's way of processing, of working through conflicts and anxieties that we suppress during waking hours. Deny a man his dreams, and those suppressed elements begin to intrude into his waking life." "Hallucinations?" Holmes prompted. "Eventually, yes, but before that, more subtle distortions. A man might become convinced of things that aren't true, might develop elaborate theories or beliefs that seem perfectly logical to him, but are actually confabulations, the mind creating narratives to explain experiences it can't properly process. And paranoia, almost certainly. The sleep-deprived subject begins to see threats, everywhere, to believe that others are conspiring against him. The rational mind, exhausted beyond its capacity, defaults to primitive fear responses. Watson thought of Blackwell in his office, surrounded by his frantic papers, those burning eyes that never seemed to blink. How long before these effects become dangerous? To the subject himself or to others? Mortimer considered carefully. There are documented cases of prisoners in various regimes being kept awake as a form of torture. The effects vary, but typically within 5 to 7 days, significant psychological deterioration begins. Hallucinations become more frequent and vivid. The subject's behavior becomes erratic, unpredictable. And their moral reasoning deteriorates. The parts of the brain that regulate impulse control, that distinguish right from wrong, those functions begin to fail. So a man who was essentially good, Holmes said slowly, might become capable of actions he would normally find abhorrent. Precisely. The superego, as Freud terms it, the internalized sense of morality and social constraint, requires considerable mental energy to maintain. When that energy is depleted through lack of sleep, more primitive drives emerge. A man might steal, might harm others, and genuinely not understand why such actions are wrong, or he might understand intellectually but lack the emotional capacity to care. The fire in the grate crackled, sending shadows dancing across the walls. Outside, Baker Street had grown quiet, the evening's traffic giving way to the deeper stillness of night. London was settling into sleep, that necessary surrender, while somewhere in its maze of streets, Edmund Blackwell remained defiantly wakeful. "There's another aspect," Mortimer continued, warming to his subject. "The question of why. In my experience, Extreme sleep deprivation, when it's self-imposed rather than forced, almost always indicates an underlying pathology. The subject is running from something, night terrors perhaps, traumatic memories that surface in dreams, or sometimes, oddly enough, guilt. The guilty mind seeks to avoid the judgment that comes in dreams, the confrontation with oneself that darkness brings. Holmes rose and moved to the window, pulling back the curtain to gaze out at the gaslit street. Suppose this man wasn't alone in his experiment. Suppose there were others attempting the same thing, a group perhaps, sharing knowledge and methods. Would that change your assessment? A group? Mortimer's expression shifted from academic interest to genuine concern. That would be far more troubling. It suggests ideology rather than individual pathology, a shared belief system that normalizes the abnormal, that reinforces dangerous behavior. You see this in certain religious sects, in political extremist groups. The collective delusion becomes more powerful than individual reality, and if they're all experiencing similar psychological deterioration simultaneously. He shook his head. The potential for harm, both to themselves and others, would be considerable. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening temperature. Holmes, you think there are more than just Blackwell? I think, Holmes said quietly, still gazing out at the street, that a man doesn't casually stumble upon a complex chemical regimen that happens to achieve sustained wakefulness. Blackwell mentioned the others who understand. The chemist spoke of someone calling himself Dr. Lawrence, and consider the crimes themselves. They demonstrate different skill sets, different areas of expertise. What if we're not looking at one man operating alone, but several, each contributing their particular talents to a shared endeavour? Good Lord, Watson breathed. A conspiracy of the sleepless. More likely, Holmes corrected, a society, a group bound by shared belief, shared methodology, shared madness. Victorian London is riddled with such societies, spiritualists, Freemasons, political radicals, scientific clubs. Most are harmless outlets for fellowship and intellectual discourse. But occasionally, one becomes something darker, more dangerous. Mortimer had gone quite pale. If multiple individuals are all experiencing psychological deterioration from sleep deprivation simultaneously, the risk of violence increases exponentially. They would reinforce each other's delusions and egg each other on to increasingly extreme actions, and their combined capabilities, if each brings different skills to the group, well, they could accomplish things that would be impossible for one disturbed individual. Holmes turned from the window, his face sharp and determined in the firelight. Then we must find them before their deterioration reaches its inevitable crisis point. Dr. Mortimer, I need you to compile a list of any recent cases you've heard of. Patients admitted to hospitals or asylums with symptoms consistent with extreme sleep deprivation. Watson, check your medical society bulletins for any unusual cases, any doctors consulting about patients they don't understand, and He reached for his coat. I have an errand in a part of London where the night reveals its secrets more readily than the day. Holmes, it's nearly 9 o'clock, Watson protested. Where are you going? The detective's smile was thin, sharp. To Limehouse, Watson, where the docks meet the opium dens, and where men go when they wish to alter their consciousness in ways respectable society pretends don't exist. If there's an underground society devoted to wakefulness, someone in that quarter will have heard whispers of it. The criminal underworld and the experimental fringe have always had a curious overlap. Both operate in shadows, both push boundaries that ordinary folk respect, and both talk when properly motivated. Dr. Mortimer stood, gathering his papers with hands that trembled slightly. Mr. Holmes, I must urge caution. If what you're suggesting is true, these individuals are not merely criminals. They're psychologically unstable in a very specific and dangerous way. They won't think like ordinary men. Their judgment is impaired, their impulse control compromised, and they may well be collectively delusional, which means they'll perceive you as a threat to their shared reality. All the more reason, Holmes replied, to move quickly before that delusion hardens further. He paused at the door, looking back at Watson with an expression that was almost apologetic. I'd prefer you remain here tonight, old friend. If I'm not back by midnight, send word to Scotland Yard. Inspector Lestrade, for all his limitations, can be useful when properly directed. Absolutely not, Watson said firmly, reaching for his own coat. If you're walking into danger, I'm coming with you. Medical man, remember? If there are sleep-deprived lunatics involved, you might need someone who knows which end of a hypodermic to use. Holmes's expression softened slightly. that rare warmth he showed when Watson's loyalty particularly moved him. "Very well, but we go armed, and we stay together. Limehouse after dark is no place for divided attention." They descended into the London night, leaving Dr. Mortimer to his research and Mrs. Hudson to her worry. A hansom carried them east, away from the respectable quarters, toward the docklands where the city showed its rougher face. The streets here were narrower, darker, the buildings leaning toward each other as if sharing secrets. The smell changed too. The Thames grew stronger, bringing with it the scent of tar and rope and the exotic spices of cargo from distant ports. Limehouse occupied a peculiar space in London's geography and imagination. It was where sailors from around the world congregated, where Chinese immigrants had established their small community, where the opium trade flourished despite official disapproval. It was a place of altered consciousness and blurred boundaries, where the rigid hierarchies of Victorian society loosened somewhat, replaced by the more democratic principles of commerce and vice. The hansom deposited them on a street whose name Watson didn't catch, before the driver hurried away with obvious relief. Gas lamps were fewer here, and the darkness between them felt thicker, more substantial. Figures moved in that darkness, sailors weaving drunkenly between public houses, women in shawls offering services in low voices, merchants of questionable goods keeping to the shadows. Holmes moved through this landscape with confident familiarity. He'd been here before, Watson realised, perhaps many times. The detective knew which alleys to take, which doorways to avoid, where to step to miss the worst of the refuse that accumulated in gutters. They passed several opium dens, their doors marked by symbols Watson didn't recognise, the sweet-sick smell of burning opium drifting out whenever someone entered or exited. Finally, Holmes stopped before a door, distinguished only by its utter lack of distinction. Plain wood, no markings, no light visible within. He knocked in a pattern. 3 taps, pause, 2 taps, pause, 1 tap. The door opened a crack, revealing a thin slice of a face. Asian features, sharp eyes that assessed them in a glance. A brief exchange in a language Watson didn't understand, then the door swung wider. They entered a world that existed in the margins of Victorian London, a place where men came to escape themselves, to find oblivion or enlightenment, or simply something different than the grinding poverty or soul-crushing respectability that defined their daily lives. But more than that, Watson sensed they were entering the realm where consciousness itself became negotiable, where the boundaries between waking and dreaming, between self and other, between possible and impossible, could be challenged and perhaps redrawn. The room beyond the door was lit by dim red lanterns, and the air was thick with smoke that wasn't entirely opium. Figures reclined on low couches, some smoking, some simply staring at nothing with eyes that saw other worlds. But in the back, partially obscured by a beaded curtain, Watson glimpsed something else. Men sitting upright, alert, their eyes bright even in the dimness, engaged in intense conversation. Men who, despite the late hour and the soporific atmosphere, showed no signs whatsoever of sleepiness. Holmes had found his society. Now came the dangerous part, learning their secrets without becoming their next victim. The men behind the beaded curtain noticed Holmes and Watson almost immediately, their bright, feverish eyes fixing on the newcomers with an intensity that made Watson's hand drift instinctively toward the revolver in his coat pocket. There were 5 of them gathered around a low table littered with papers, glass vials, and what appeared to be meticulously kept journals. They were dressed respectably enough, one in a clerk's modest suit, another in the rougher garb of a tradesman, a third wearing the ink-stained cuffs of a journalist or writer. But their faces told a different story. Hollow cheeks, skin with that peculiar translucent quality that comes from too many days without sunlight or rest, and those eyes, always those eyes, burning with an unnatural vitality that seemed to consume them from within. At the centre of this strange gathering sat Edmund Blackwell. He didn't appear surprised to see the detective. If anything, a smile flickered across his pale features, the expression of a man who'd been expecting this confrontation, and perhaps even welcomed it. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice carrying clearly through the smoke-thick air, "and the good doctor. I wondered how long it would take you to find us. Please, join us. We have nothing to hide from men of science and reason." Holmes moved forward with careful deliberation, Watson close behind him. The beaded curtain clicked softly as they passed through it, marking their entry into this inner sanctum. Up close, the deterioration was even more apparent. All 5 men showed the tremors Pemberton had described, the dilated pupils, the faint sheen of perspiration despite the room's chill. But more disturbing was the atmosphere itself, a charged quality to the air, as if the collective intensity of 5 wakeful minds had somehow altered the very space they occupied. "Gentlemen," Holmes said, settling onto a cushion with apparent ease, though Watson could see the tension in his friend's posture. "I must confess curiosity. What drives 5 apparently rational men to wage war against one of the body's most fundamental needs?" The clerk laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. "Fundamental need or fundamental weakness? That's the question we're answering, Mr. Holmes. For centuries, humanity has accepted sleep as inevitable, as necessary. 1/3 of our lives, 1/3, was spent unconsciously, unproductive, and utterly wasted. But what if it's merely a habit? What if consciousness can be sustained indefinitely? If only we have the courage to break free from biological tyranny." "Courage," Watson interjected, unable to contain himself. "Or recklessness. Gentlemen, as a physician, I must tell you what you're doing is extraordinarily dangerous. The human body," interrupted the man in tradesman's clothes, "adapts, evolves. Every limitation we've ever overcome seemed impossible until someone dared to challenge it. Flight, electric light, communication across vast distances. Why should the need for sleep be any different?" Blackwell leaned forward, his elbows resting on the table. "We call ourselves the Perpetual Society, Mr. Holmes. Each of us came to this independently, through our own research, our own experimentation. But we found each other, recognized kindred spirits pursuing the same liberation, and together we've refined the process, perfected the formula. I've been awake now, 7 days of complete uninterrupted consciousness. Do you understand what that means? How much more I've experienced, achieved, understood than I would have otherwise?" "I understand," Holmes said quietly, "that you've committed at least 3 crimes in those 7 days. The Harrington theft, the warehouse fire in Limehouse, the forgery at the Bank of England. Shall I continue?" The room went very still. The man Watson had identified as possibly a journalist shifted uncomfortably, his trembling hands clasping and unclasping. But Blackwell's smile only widened, taking on a quality that was almost manic. "Crimes?" he laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the confined space. "Mr. Holmes, we prefer to think of them as demonstrations, proofs of concept. What can 5 men accomplish when they're awake 24 hours a day, when they can plan, execute, and vanish while the rest of the world lies unconscious and vulnerable? We've barely begun to explore the possibilities. The Harrington necklace," the clerk added, his voice taking on a dreamy quality. "Such a beautiful piece. It took me 3 nights to study the building's security, to learn the guards' patterns, and to practice with the lock mechanisms. 3 nights while everyone else slept. When you have time like that, unlimited time, impossible things become merely difficult." The tradesman nodded enthusiastically. "And the warehouse. That was my contribution. The owner had been cheating his workers for years, cooking his books, hiding his crimes behind false manifests and forged documents. I simply ensured those documents burned. Justice, not crime. And I had the hours to do it properly, to make certain only the guilty suffered." Watson felt a chill run through him. These men weren't simply criminals, they were true believers. Their sleep deprivation-induced paranoia and deteriorating judgment wrapped in a framework of ideology that made their crimes feel like moral imperatives. Dr. Mortimer had been right. Collective delusion was far more dangerous than individual madness. "And you, Mr. Blackwell?" Holmes asked. "The forgery was yours, I assume. A merchant would have the necessary knowledge of commercial documents, the access to proper paper and seals." Blackwell inclined his head in acknowledgement. £8,000, Mr. Holmes, divided 5 ways after expenses, enough to fund our research, to purchase the compounds we need in quantity, to expand our numbers, to bring others into enlightenment. We're not merely criminals, we're revolutionaries. We're showing humanity what it could become if it would only dare to break its chains." "Chains," Holmes repeated softly. "An interesting choice of word. Tell me, gentlemen, how do you spend your nights? All those hours while London sleeps, what do you do with them?" For the first time, uncertainty flickered across several faces. The journalist spoke, his words tumbling out rapidly. We work, we plan, we discuss philosophy, science, and the nature of consciousness itself. The hours they're glorious, Mr. Holmes. In darkness, the world becomes clarified. Distractions fall away. The truth becomes visible in ways it never is during daylight. And do you dream? Watson asked suddenly, remembering Dr. Mortimer's words. While awake, I mean. Do you see things that others don't? Hear voices, perhaps? Silence. Then the clerk laughed again, that brittle, unsettling sound. What others call hallucinations, Doctor, we recognize as expanded perception. The doors of consciousness opening. Sometimes I see patterns in everything. The connections between events, between people, between ideas. It's like the entire universe is revealing its hidden structure to me. Last night, the tradesman whispered, his eyes unfocusing, I watched London from a rooftop for 6 hours, and I understood, truly understood, how it all works. The flow of people and goods and money, all moving in patterns like blood through veins. The city is alive, Mr. Holmes, conscious, and only we can see it, we who never close our eyes. Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson, and the doctor saw his own concern reflected in his friend's expression. These men had crossed a threshold from which return might be impossible. Their shared delusion had become their reality, more compelling than the evidence of their own deteriorating bodies. Mr. Blackwell, Holmes said, his voice taking on a gentler tone, you're a businessman, a practical man, despite this current endeavour. Surely you must recognise that this cannot continue. Your body is consuming itself. Look at your hands. The tremor is worsening. Your colleagues show signs of malnutrition, dehydration, nervous system damage. How long do you imagine you can sustain this before complete collapse? Blackwell's expression hardened. As long as necessary. We've only been at this for days, Mr. Holmes. Imagine what we could achieve in weeks, months, years. The formula improves with each iteration. We're documenting everything, learning from each experience. We're not foolish. We understand there are challenges, but every pioneer faces obstacles. The question is whether we have the will to push through them. The will, Watson said, unable to keep the anger from his voice, or the madness? Gentlemen, you're not pioneers. You're sick men engaged in a form of slow suicide dressed up as scientific inquiry, and you're taking innocent people's property, their security, their peace, to fund your descent into psychosis. The clerk stood abruptly, swaying slightly, his hand going to something in his coat pocket. We're not sick, we're enlightened, and we won't let anyone, not the police, not detectives, not self-righteous doctors, stop what we've begun. Sit down, Carruthers, Blackwell said sharply, his voice cracking like a whip. The clerk obeyed, but his hand remained in his pocket and Watson's own hand tightened on his revolver. The atmosphere in the small space had shifted from strange to dangerous. These men were balanced on a knife's edge, their deteriorating mental states making them unpredictable, potentially violent. Holmes seemed to recognize this, his posture changing subtly, preparing for action if necessary. But it was Blackwell who broke first. His face crumpled suddenly, the manic confidence draining away to reveal something raw and desperate beneath. You think I don't know, he whispered, his voice breaking. You think I can't feel what's happening to me? I know, Mr. Holmes. I know we're destroying ourselves, but I can't stop. Don't you understand? I can't stop. The other men stared at him, shock breaking through their fevered certainty. The nightmares, Blackwell continued, the words spilling out now like blood from a wound. That's what started this. 6 months ago, maybe longer. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back there, in the warehouse where my father died. He was a docker, Mr. Holmes, crushed under falling cargo while I watched, too small and weak to help him. I was 8 years old. For 27 years I've carried that memory, but 6 months ago it started coming back in dreams. Every night, his face, his hand reached for me, the sound of... He broke off, his whole body shaking now. So I decided to stop sleeping. Just for a while, I thought. Just until I could find a way to control the dreams. The stimulants helped. And the wakefulness. God, the wakefulness felt like freedom. No more nightmares. No more guilt rising up from darkness. I could finally breathe. Tears were running down his hollow cheeks now, and Watson felt his anger transforming into the pity that came with understanding. This wasn't simple criminality or even scientific hubris. It was trauma, ancient and unhealed, driving a man to destroy himself rather than face the ghost that lived in his unconscious mind. The others, Blackwell gestured vaguely at his companions, they each had their own reasons, their own demons. We found each other, and we told ourselves we were pursuing knowledge, enlightenment and progress. But really, he laughed bitterly, really we're just cowards, running from ourselves, using chemistry to avoid what we should have faced long ago. Holmes rose slowly, approaching Blackwell with unexpected gentleness. The crimes, he said quietly. Why? Because wakefulness isn't enough, Blackwell replied, his voice barely audible now. The nightmares may be gone, but the guilt remains. The feeling that I'm worthless, that I've never accomplished enough to justify, to make up for. He shook his head. I thought if I could prove my worth, prove I was capable of extraordinary things, maybe I could finally feel like I deserve to exist. And when you don't sleep, when you have all those extra hours, it's easy to convince yourself that normal rules don't apply, that you're above ordinary morality because you've transcended ordinary human limitation. The confession hung in the air, and Watson could see similar realizations dawning on the faces of the other men. The collective delusion was cracking, reality seeping back in through the fissures. I'm tired, Blackwell whispered. God, Mr. Holmes, I'm so tired, but I'm terrified of what will happen if I close my eyes. Terrified the nightmares will be worse. Terrified I'll sleep and never wake up. Terrified of what I've become. Holmes laid a hand on the man's shoulder, a gesture of surprising compassion from someone not known for emotional displays. Then let us help you, he said simply. You and your colleagues. There are doctors who specialize in trauma, in the wounds that sleep exposes. Dr. Watson here can make recommendations. But first, you must stop this experiment. Return what you've stolen. Face the consequences of your actions. And most importantly, sleep. Let your body heal. Let your mind rest. The nightmares may come, but Watson and I will ensure you're not alone when they do. Blackwell looked up at Holmes with eyes that were suddenly desperately human. No, longer burning with chemical fire, but hollow with exhaustion and fear and the faint, fragile hope that salvation might still be possible. Promise me, he said. Promise me I won't die in my sleep, that I'll wake up again. I promise, Holmes said. And Watson knew, watching his friend's face, that it was a promise the detective would move heaven and earth to keep. The collapse, when it came, was not dramatic. There was no theatrical fainting, no sudden crisis that might have featured in A Penny Dreadful. Instead, Edmund Blackwell simply stopped. Stopped talking, stopped moving, stopped holding himself upright through sheer force of will. He slumped forward onto the table, his head coming to rest among the scattered papers and vials, and within seconds his breathing had deepened into the rhythm of sleep so profound it bordered on unconsciousness. The other members of the Perpetual Society stared at their fallen leader with expressions that cycled rapidly through shock, fear, and something that might have been relief. The clerk, Carruthers, was the next to succumb, his eyes rolling back as he toppled sideways onto the cushions. The tradesman followed moments later, then the journalist. Only the fifth man, who had remained largely silent throughout, managed to speak before sleep claimed him. Thank God, he whispered, tears streaming down his gaunt face. Thank God it's over. Watson immediately moved into action, his medical training overriding the strangeness of the situation. He checked pulses, examined pupils with the small torch he always carried, and assessed breathing patterns. Holmes watched silently, having already signalled to their host, the inscrutable proprietor of this establishment, that assistance would be needed. Their pulses are erratic, Watson reported, moving from one unconscious form to another. Rapid, irregular, and their body temperatures are elevated despite the room's chill. Holmes, they need proper medical care. Hospital care, frankly, though given the circumstances. Scotland Yard first, Holmes said grimly. These men are criminals, Watson, however pitiable their circumstances are. But I'll ensure Lestrade understands the medical urgency. They'll be treated before they're processed. He paused, studying the 5 sleeping forms with an expression that mixed sympathy with something darker. Disappointment, perhaps, or a kind of existential sadness. Look at them. They sought to transcend human limitation, and instead discovered that some boundaries exist for profound reasons. Within the hour, the small room behind the beaded curtain had filled with people. Inspector Lestrade arrived first, his round face creased with confusion and concern, trying to make sense of Holmes's rapid explanation while constables worked to carefully transport the unconscious men. A police surgeon followed, confirming Watson's assessment and ordering immediate hospital admission before any formal arrests could be made. The proprietor of the establishment watched all this activity with philosophical detachment, occasionally offering quiet observations in his accented English about the foolishness of men who thought they could outwit their own bodies. He had seen many things in his establishment, he explained to Holmes, men seeking oblivion in opium, men chasing transcendence through various chemical means, but never before had he encountered those who sought to eliminate sleep entirely. "The body knows," he said, his weathered face thoughtful in the red lantern light. "The body always knows what it needs. Men who ignore this truth, they pay." By the time the last of the Perpetual Society had been loaded into police wagons bound for St. Bartholomew's Hospital, dawn was breaking over London. The fog that had shrouded the city for days was finally lifting, revealing a sky of pale grey touched with the faintest suggestion of blue. The Thames gleamed dully in the growing light, and the docklands began to stir with the day's first labourers heading to their posts. Holmes and Watson emerged from the narrow streets of Limehouse to find a hansom cab, both men exhausted from their long night but neither willing yet to surrender to rest. There was still work to be done, statements to be given, stolen property to be recovered, the full extent of the Perpetual Society's crimes to be documented. "Coffee," Watson said as they climbed into the cab. "Strong coffee, and then perhaps we should check on them at the hospital." "Agreed," Holmes replied, settling back against the worn leather seat. "Though I suspect they'll sleep for a considerable time. The body, when finally allowed its due, tends to claim what it's been denied with interest." The cab carried them westward, away from the rough edges of the docklands and back toward the more familiar streets of central London. The city was working properly now, shopkeepers opening their establishments, street vendors setting up their carts, the endless flow of humanity that made London the Empire's beating heart, beginning its daily circulation. At a coffee house on Fleet Street they found a quiet corner and ordered breakfast along with the strong coffee Watson had requested. The proprietor, recognising Holmes from previous visits, brought newspapers as well, the morning editions fresh off the presses, their pages still smelling of ink. Watson scanned them while Holmes sat in contemplative silence, watching the street outside come to life. There was, as expected, nothing yet about the previous night's events. The morning papers had gone to print hours before the Perpetual Society's collapse. But there were follow-up stories on the crimes that had puzzled investigators: the Harrington theft, the Limehouse fire, the bank forgery. Reading them now, knowing the truth behind each incident, Watson felt a curious mixture of satisfaction and melancholy. They weren't master criminals, he said, setting the papers aside. They were desperate men, trying to outrun their own minds. Holmes turned from the window, his grey eyes thoughtful. Most criminals aren't what the sensational papers make them out to be, Watson. They're humans who've made poor choices, often driven by circumstances or compulsions they barely understand themselves. What made the Perpetual Society unusual wasn't their criminality, but their methodology, and the philosophical framework they constructed to justify their actions. Their food arrived, eggs and toast, simple fare but welcome after the long night. They ate in companionable silence for several minutes before Holmes spoke again. "Blackwell's confession troubles me," he said quietly. "Not the admission of crimes, those were relatively minor, all things considered, and the stolen property can be recovered. But what he revealed about his motivation, the nightmares, the trauma carried since childhood. Tell me, Watson, as a medical man, could proper treatment have prevented all this?" Watson considered the question carefully, knowing Holmes valued honest assessment over comforting platitudes. Possibly. The field of mental health is evolving rapidly. 20 years ago, Blackwell would have been told to simply overcome his nightmares through willpower, to be a man about it. But now we're beginning to understand that trauma affects the mind in physical ways, that memories can lodge themselves in the psyche and cause genuine harm. If he'd sought help, if he'd talked to someone like Dr. Mortimer about his dreams instead of trying to eliminate them through chemistry. He shook his head. But that requires acknowledging vulnerability, admitting that one needs help. Victorian society doesn't make such admissions easy, particularly for men. No, Holmes agreed. We're taught to endure, to soldier on, to treat any form of weakness, including emotional distress, as moral failing rather than medical condition. Blackwell's father died when he was 8, and I'd wager no one ever helped him process that trauma. He was probably told to be brave, to look after his mother, to become the man of the house. And so the wound festered, unexamined, until it finally broke through into his conscious life and drove him to desperate measures. The coffee house was filling now with the morning crowd, journalists from nearby newspaper offices, clerks grabbing a quick breakfast before heading to their desks, barristers fortifying themselves before court appearances. London's professional classes all engaged in the daily work of keeping the Empire's machinery functioning. How many of them, Watson wondered, carried their own hidden traumas? How many were one trigger away from their own desperate attempts at escape? They finished their meal and made their way to St. Bartholomew's Hospital, an imposing structure of grey stone that had tended to London's sick and injured for centuries. The morning was fully established now, pale November sunlight breaking through the last of the fog casting long shadows across streets that glistened with overnight moisture. Inside the hospital, the familiar smells of carbolic acid and illness greeted them. Watson, who had trained here before his military service, navigated the corridors with ease, leading Holmes to the ward where the police surgeon had indicated the Perpetual Society members would be housed. They found Dr. Mansfield making his rounds, the elderly physician whose expertise in toxicology had made him the natural choice for treating the sleep-deprived prisoners. He greeted Watson warmly, they'd known each other for years, and Holmes, with a professional courtesy, due a consulting detective whose cases occasionally ended in his ward. "Fascinating situation, gentlemen," Mansfield said, leading them to a small office away from the ward. "Most unusual. All 5 are sleeping, as you'd expect, but their vital signs are concerning. Elevated heart rates even in sleep, irregular breathing patterns, signs of significant dehydration and malnutrition despite their relatively short period of wakefulness. The chemical analysis of blood samples shows extraordinary levels of cocaine, caffeine, strychnine, and several compounds we're still working to identify." "Long-term prognosis?" Watson asked. Mansfield's expression grew grave. "Too early to say definitively, but I'm concerned about permanent damage, particularly to the cardiovascular and nervous systems. The heart, when overstimulated for extended periods, can develop lasting irregularities. The kidneys and liver, stressed by processing all those toxins, may show impaired function, and the neurological effects." He shook his head. "The brain is remarkably resilient, but it's not invincible. We simply don't know what sustained sleep deprivation combined with massive stimulant doses might do to long-term cognitive function." "And the psychological damage?" Holmes asked. "Will the nightmares return, along with whatever other traumas drove them to this?" "Almost certainly. Sleep will bring dreams, and dreams will force them to confront whatever they were running from. Some may cope better than others. I've arranged for Dr. Mortimer to consult on their cases. He's far more qualified than I to address the mental health aspects." Mansfield paused, studying Holmes with open curiosity. "May I ask how you found them?" The police report was rather vague. Holmes provided a brief explanation, omitting certain details about their visit to Limehouse that didn't need to appear in official records. Mansfield listened with the focused attention of a man who understood that human behaviour, in its extremes, revealed truths about the species that ordinary life kept hidden. "The irony," the doctor said when Holmes finished, "is that sleep is when the brain does some of its most important work. We're discovering that during sleep the mind processes memories, consolidates learning, even appears to solve problems that stymied us while awake. By trying to eliminate sleep, they were sabotaging the very mental capabilities they sought to enhance. It's rather like trying to run a steam engine without ever letting the boiler cool and the mechanism be serviced. You'll get intense output for a short while, but catastrophic failure is inevitable." They were permitted a brief visit to the ward, where the 5 men lay in beds arranged in a row, still deep in their restorative sleep. Blackwell looked different now. The fevered intensity had drained from his face, leaving behind something more human, more vulnerable. His breathing was deep but troubled, his eyes moving beneath closed lids in a way that suggested active dreaming. Confronting his demons, perhaps, in the realm he'd tried so desperately to avoid. The clerk, Carruthers, slept with his hands clenched into fists, occasionally making small sounds of distress. The tradesman's sleep was quieter, almost peaceful, as if he'd surrendered completely to exhaustion and found relief in that surrender. The journalist muttered incomprehensibly, fragments of thoughts emerging into speech before falling back into silence. The fifth man, whose name they learned was Porter, slept with tears still wet on his gaunt cheeks. "They'll wake eventually," Watson said softly, more to himself than to Holmes, "and then they'll have to face what they've done, what they've become. That may be harder than any physical recovery." "Yes," Holmes agreed, "but facing things is the only path to healing. They tried to run, tried to chemically eliminate the parts of consciousness that made them uncomfortable, and nearly destroyed themselves in the process. Perhaps now, with proper support and treatment, they can begin the actual work of addressing their traumas, rather than simply avoiding them." They left the hospital as noon approached, the November sun having climbed to its pale zenith, offering light, if not warmth. London spread out around them, vast and indifferent, a city of 4 million souls, each carrying their own burdens, their own struggles, their own attempts to make peace with existence. Over the following days, the aftermath of the Perpetual Society unfolded with the methodical inevitability of legal process. The stolen necklace was recovered from a pawn shop in Southwark, where Carruthers had sold it for a fraction of its value. The documents destroyed in the warehouse fire had been criminal in nature. The tradesman, whose name was William Hodges, had been correct that the owner was defrauding his workers, though the Metropolitan Police took a dim view of arson as a method of justice. The forged letter of credit at the Bank of England had been sophisticated enough to require expert analysis to detect, and the bank quietly tightened its verification procedures to prevent similar frauds. Holmes spent considerable time with Inspector Lestrade, carefully crafting statements that would ensure the 5 men received appropriate consequences, while also emphasizing the medical and psychological aspects of their crimes. It was a delicate balance. They had broken the law and endangered themselves and potentially others, but they were also sick men who needed treatment more than punishment. The newspapers, when they finally got hold of the story, treated it with the sensationalism Victorian journalism favoured. "The Society of Sleepless Criminals," proclaimed one headline. "Chemical madmen terrorise London," shouted another. But there were also more thoughtful pieces, particularly in the medical journals, about the incident's implications for understanding sleep, consciousness, and the limits of human endurance. Dr. Mortimer became something of an expert on the case, publishing a detailed analysis in The Lancet about the psychological effects of sustained wakefulness. His paper drew on interviews with all 5 men once they'd recovered sufficiently to speak coherently, and painted a sobering picture of how trauma, left untreated, could drive intelligent people to extraordinarily self-destructive behaviour. Watson followed the case closely, visiting the hospital regularly to check on the men's progress. Blackwell, as the seeming leader and most severely affected, took the longest to recover. He slept for nearly 48 hours initially, then woke into a state of profound confusion and emotional distress. The nightmares he'd tried to escape had indeed returned, worse for having been suppressed, and he required sedation several times during his first week of recovery. But gradually, with Dr. Mortimer's help and the support of trained nurses experienced in treating mental distress, Blackwell began to improve. Not heal, that would take far longer, perhaps years, but at least begin the process of confronting his father's death, the guilt he'd carried, the belief that he'd been somehow responsible for not preventing the accident despite being a child. One grey afternoon, nearly 3 weeks after the Perpetual Society's collapse, Watson encountered Blackwell in the hospital's day room. The merchant was sitting by a window watching rain streak the glass, looking thinner than ever, but somehow more present, more real than he had in that smoke-filled room in Limehouse. "Dr. Watson," Blackwell said, his voice quiet but steady, "I've been hoping to see you, to thank you and Mr. Holmes for saving my life, I suppose, though there are moments when I'm not certain that's something I should be grateful for." Watson settled into the chair beside him, recognizing the black humour of someone emerging from the depths of despair. "Mr. Holmes would tell you that gratitude is premature until you've done the work of actually rebuilding your life. But for what it's worth, I'm glad you're alive, and more importantly, glad you're finally getting the help you need." Blackwell smiled faintly. "The help I needed, and was too proud or too frightened to seek. Dr. Mortimer has been illuminating. I'm beginning to understand that trying to Eliminate my nightmares was like trying to silence an alarm bell by destroying the bell rather than addressing the fire it was warning me about. He paused, his gaze still fixed on the rain-streaked window. The dreams are still terrible. My father's death, over and over. But Dr. Mortimer says that's normal, that trauma has to be processed, not avoided, that eventually, with work, the dreams might lose their power. He's right, Watson said gently. I've had my own nightmares, from my time in Afghanistan. Battle dreams, moments when I failed to save wounded men, the faces of those who died under my care. They still come sometimes, but less frequently now, and I've learned they're not my enemies. They're my mind's way of processing experiences too overwhelming to handle at the time. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, watching London move through its rainy afternoon beyond the window. Street vendors huddled under awnings, pedestrians hurried past with umbrellas raised, omnibuses splashed through puddles, life continuing, indifferent to individual suffering, but also proof that suffering could be survived. "What will happen to us?" Blackwell asked eventually. "Legally, I mean. I know we'll face charges." "Mr. Holmes has been working with the prosecutors," Watson replied. "Given the medical circumstances and the relatively minor nature of the actual crimes, property theft, no violence to persons, the current thinking is probation and mandatory medical treatment rather than imprisonment. You'll have to make restitution, of course. Return what can be returned, pay for damages. But the Crown understands that jail would simply make your conditions worse, not better." Blackwell closed his eyes briefly, relief washing over his features. "I don't deserve such consideration." "Deserve is complicated," Watson said. "You made terrible choices, caused real harm. But you were also a sick man acting under considerable psychological duress. Justice, when it's actually just rather than merely punitive, takes such factors into account." Another silence, longer this time. Then Blackwell spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. "The others, Carruthers, Hodges, Porter, Davies, they're recovering too. We talk sometimes, in group sessions Dr. Mortimer arranges. It's strange, we bound ourselves together in madness, reinforcing each other's delusions. Now we're bound together in recovery, helping each other face truths we'd tried to avoid." Porter lost his wife to consumption 2 years ago. Every time he closed his eyes he saw her final days and heard her laboured breathing. Carruthers was assaulted as a young man, beaten badly, left for dead. The darkness brought back that helplessness. Davies witnessed a murder during the Ripper investigations, saw things he couldn't unsee. He opened his eyes, turning to look at Watson directly. "We were all running, Doctor. From different things, perhaps, but running nonetheless. And we convinced ourselves that running was progress, that escape was enlightenment. The greatest lie we told ourselves was that consciousness without rest was superior, when really we were just too frightened to close our eyes and face what lived in our own minds." Watson felt the weight of that confession, the profound self-awareness it represented. This was the real recovery, not the physical healing of overstrained bodies, but the psychological acceptance of human limitation and need. Blackwell might never be entirely free of his trauma, might always carry the scar of his father's death, but he was learning to live with it rather than destroy himself trying to avoid it. "Sleep is surrender," Blackwell continued almost to himself. "That's what frightened me most. Surrendering control, surrendering consciousness, trusting that I'd wake again. After my father died, I think I stopped trusting the world to be safe, to be predictable. Sleep felt like vulnerability, but Dr. Mortimer says it's actually strength, the wisdom to recognize that we need rest, that consciousness isn't meant to be constant, that darkness and dreams serve necessary purposes." "He's right," Watson said, "and learning that wisdom, truly internalizing it, is harder than any feat of endurance. It requires courage of a different kind. Not the courage to push through, but the courage to stop, to rest, to trust." Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the windows with hypnotic rhythm. Somewhere in the hospital, someone was coughing, another person laughing, the normal sounds of human life in all its messy complexity. The world continued, as it always did, offering no guarantees, no perfect safety, but also no requirement that anyone face it entirely alone or without respite. "Will you tell Mr. Holmes something for me?" Blackwell asked after a long moment. "Tell him Tell him I understand now why he takes those cases other detectives ignore. The ones involving ordinary people driven to extraordinary actions by circumstances they couldn't control. He sees the humanity beneath the crime, doesn't he? The desperation, the pain, the sheer muddle of existence that leads people to make terrible choices. Watson smiled, thinking of his friend's complex character, the brilliant mind that could seem cold and calculating, but that contained deep wells of empathy for human suffering. I'll tell him, though I suspect he already knows. Holmes has spent his life studying human nature at its extremes. He understands, perhaps better than most, how thin the line is between coping and catastrophe. When Watson finally left the hospital that evening, the rain had stopped, leaving the city washed clean and gleaming in the gaslight. He made his way back to Baker Street, where he found Holmes exactly where he'd expected. In his armchair by the fire, violin resting across his lap, gazing into the flames with that distant expression that meant he was working through something complex. How was Blackwell? Holmes asked without looking up. Improving? Genuinely, I think. He asked me to thank you. Watson settled into his own chair, accepting the whiskey Holmes had already poured. He's beginning to understand what happened, why he did what he did. Good. Holmes set the violin aside, turning his attention to Watson. The charges will be filed next week, but the prosecutors have agreed to my recommendations. Medical probation, treatment, restitution. No jail time unless they reoffend. You sound satisfied. I am. Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, a gesture Watson had seen thousands of times. Cases like this remind me why I do this work, Watson. The world sees a criminal and wants punishment. I see a human being who made terrible choices under extraordinary duress, and I ask what might have prevented it. What could society have done differently? What support structures were missing? How can we ensure others don't follow the same path? You're a closet reformer, Watson said with gentle amusement. Beneath all that scientific detachment and logical deduction, you actually care about improving the human condition. Holmes's lips quivered in what might have been a smile. Don't let it get around. Bad for the reputation. Detectives are supposed to be cold, calculating machines, not sentimental fools who believe in redemption. They sat in comfortable silence, the fire crackling, the evening settling around them like a familiar blanket. Outside, London prepared for sleep, blinds being drawn, lamps extinguished, families gathering for evening prayers before bed. The great city, for all its ambition and relentless drive, still respected the ancient rhythm of day and night, waking and sleep, consciousness and dream. Holmes, Watson said eventually, do you ever wonder what drives your own insomnia? Your tendency to go days without sleep when you're working a case? The detective was quiet for a long moment, his expression unreadable in the firelight. I wonder, he said finally, whether I'm so different from Blackwell, whether I too am running from something that darkness might reveal. But the difference, perhaps, is that I eventually do sleep. I respect the boundary, even if I push against it. And I have you, Watson, to remind me when I've pushed too far. It was the closest thing to vulnerability Watson had ever heard from his friend, and he recognized it for the gift it was, trust, offered in the quiet hours between day and night, when defences softened and truth could emerge. Then I'll continue that job, Watson said simply, reminding you that even brilliant minds need rest. That consciousness without respite is not transcendence but deterioration, that we're human first, whatever else we aspire to be. Holmes raised his glass in a small salute. To human limitation, then, and the wisdom to respect it. To human limitation, Watson echoed, and they drank, two friends keeping watch together as London surrendered to the necessary darkness, as millions of souls closed their eyes in trust that morning would come again, as the world demonstrated once more that rest was not weakness, but the foundation upon which strength was built. The fire burned low, the night deepened, and eventually even Sherlock Holmes set aside his restless thoughts and allowed himself the mercy of sleep. Winter settled over London with the particular insistence it reserved for December, bringing with it shorter days and longer nights, frost that etched delicate patterns on windows, and a quality of darkness that seemed both heavy and somehow comforting. The city wrapped itself in cold smoke and fog, in the warm glow of gas lamps and the muted sounds of life lived indoors. It was a season that invited surrender to rest, that made the prospect of sleep not a fearful vulnerability, but a welcome refuge from the cold. 6 weeks had passed since the collapse of the Perpetual Society, and the world had moved on in the way worlds do, absorbed the scandal, processed the legal consequences, and settled back into its ordinary rhythms. The newspapers had exhausted the story's sensational potential and moved on to other matters. The medical journals published their analyses and turned their attention to newer cases. Scotland Yard filed its reports and closed its investigation. Life, with its remarkable capacity for normalisation, had resumed. But for 5 men, the consequences continued to unfold in the quieter, slower work of genuine recovery. Holmes had been following their progress with the attention he brought to all puzzles that engaged his interest, though his involvement had shifted from detective to something more akin to concerned observer. He maintained regular correspondence with Dr. Mortimer, who sent detailed updates on each man's physical and psychological rehabilitation. And twice, at Holmes's request, he and Watson had visited the men, once at the hospital as they prepared for discharge, and once at the halfway house where they'd been sent to complete their recovery under medical supervision. It was a cold Thursday evening when Holmes received a letter that brought the case back into sharp focus. He read it twice, his expression thoughtful, before passing it across to Watson, who was recording notes on a completely unrelated matter, a simple case of a stolen pocket watch that had occupied Holmes's attention for all of 2 hours before being resolved. Watson recognised the handwriting immediately as Edmund Blackwell's, neater now than in those frantic papers that had covered his desk, though still marked by a slight tremor that might never entirely disappear. "Dear Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, I write to you from the halfway house on Marylebone Road, where the 5 of us remain under Dr. Mortimer's excellent care. I wanted to inform you that we have collectively decided to take a step that, 6 weeks ago, would have seemed not merely impossible, but actually terrifying. We are going to sleep. Properly sleep, without chemical assistance for the first time since our recoveries began. You should understand that since waking from our initial collapse, we have been maintained on carefully measured sedatives to ensure rest while our bodies healed. Dr. Mortimer has been reducing the dosages gradually, preparing us for the day when we would need to face sleep on its own terms, without pharmaceutical mediation. That day has arrived. We are, to be perfectly honest, frightened. The nightmares that drove us to such desperate measures have not disappeared. Indeed, Dr. Mortimer assures us they won't disappear entirely, that trauma doesn't simply evaporate with treatment. But he believes we are now equipped with better tools to process them, to wake from them without feeling destroyed, to understand them as memories rather than present threats. I find myself thinking of something you said to me in that room in the Limehouse, Mr. Holmes. You promised I wouldn't die in my sleep, that I would wake again. At the time, I needed that promise desperately, but I've come to realise that the promise I truly needed was different. Not that sleep would be safe, but that I was strong enough to survive it. That whatever my dreams showed me, I could face it and still wake to continue living. We have decided to spend this first night of natural sleep together. In the common room of the halfway house, Dr. Mortimer and his staff present throughout the night. There is something fitting about this. We fell together into madness, and now we attempt to climb back towards sanity together. The solidarity that once reinforced our delusions might now reinforce our healing. I wanted you both to know in case anything goes wrong. But more than that, I wanted you to know that we've reached this point because of your intervention. You could have simply arrested us, treated us as common criminals, left us to face the legal consequences without concern for the underlying causes. Instead, you saw us as sick men who needed help, and you fought to ensure we received it. Whatever happens tonight, whatever dreams come, we face them knowing that on the other side of sleep, there is a world worth waking to. That realization alone is worth more than all the extra hours we tried to steal from darkness. With profound gratitude, Edmund Blackwell, on behalf of the Perpetual Society, which we have decided to officially disband, Watson set the letter down slowly, aware of the weight it carried. Tonight, then, their first natural sleep in, 2 months? Possibly longer if they'd been using stimulants before the full experiment began. Holmes was already reaching for his coat, the decision made before Watson had finished speaking. We should be there, not because Mortimer needs our assistance, he's more than capable, but because Blackwell and the others have made us part of their recovery. Our presence might provide additional comfort, and, he paused, a flicker of something vulnerable crossing his sharp features. I find myself genuinely concerned for their outcome. These men have become more than a case to me, Watson. They've become a responsibility. The hansom cab carried them through London's evening streets, past windows glowing with firelight and family life, past public houses where workers gathered for their nightly pints, past the grand facades of theatres where the wealthy sought their entertainments. The city hummed with its usual energy, but there was something softer about it in winter's darkness, something more forgiving. Or perhaps that was merely Watson's projection, his hope that the world might show mercy to 5 men trying to find their way back from the edge of self-destruction. The halfway house on Marylebone Road was a substantial building of red brick, indistinguishable from the respectable homes that surrounded it, except for the discreet brass plate beside the door identifying it as a medical facility. It had been established by a philanthropic society dedicated to treating mental and nervous disorders in patients who required supervision but not full institutionalization, a relatively progressive concept in an era when the mentally ill were often simply locked away and forgotten. Dr. Mortimer met them in the entrance hall, his face showing both the strain of long hours and the bright-eyed engagement of a medical man fascinated by his work. "Gentlemen, thank you for coming. I must admit I'm both hopeful and apprehensive about tonight. The 5 of them have made remarkable progress, truly remarkable. But this is the real test, whether they can face sleep without the pharmaceutical safety net we've provided." He led them upstairs to a large, comfortable room that had been arranged specifically for the night's experiment. 5 beds had been brought in, positioned in a loose circle so that the men could see each other upon waking. Gas lamps turned low provided gentle illumination, and a fire burned steadily in the grate, keeping the room warm against December's chill. 2 nurses sat quietly in the corner, medical supplies at hand, ready to respond to any crisis. And in the centre of it all, the 5 members of the former Perpetual Society sat in armchairs, dressed in nightshirts and robes, looking simultaneously determined and terrified. Blackwell rose when Holmes and Watson entered, his thin face breaking into a smile of genuine relief. "You came. I wasn't certain you would, but I hoped." "Of course we came," Watson said warmly, shaking the man's hand and noting with approval that while Blackwell was still gaunt, he'd regained some weight, and his hand, though it tremored slightly, had regained its strength. How could we miss such an important night? The others greeted them as well. Carruthers, the clerk, whose nervous energy had mellowed into something more manageable. Hodges, the tradesman, who had the weathered look of a man who'd survived a storm and come through, changed. Davies, the journalist, whose sharp eyes still held shadows but also the beginnings of peace. And Porter, the quiet one, who had lost his wife and nearly lost himself, now holding on to recovery with visible determination. "We've been talking all day," Davies said, settling back into his chair, "trying to decide what frightens us most about tonight. The nightmares themselves, obviously, but also the vulnerability of it. Closing our eyes, surrendering consciousness, trusting that we'll wake again. It sounds simple, doesn't it? Something every child learns to do. But we've broken that trust so thoroughly that rebuilding it feels like learning to walk again after a terrible accident." Holmes took a seat that Dr. Mortimer had arranged, Watson beside him, positioning themselves as observers rather than central participants. This was the 5 men's moment, their battle to fight, but the detective's presence seemed to steady them, a reminder that they weren't entirely alone. "Tell me," Holmes said, his voice carrying that quality of focused interest that made people feel truly heard. "What have you learned? Not about sleep specifically, but about yourselves, about what drove you to such extremes." It was Porter who answered first, his quiet voice gaining strength as he spoke. "I learned that grief doesn't disappear just because you refuse to acknowledge it. My wife, dying slowly, watching her fade over months, being helpless to save her. I thought, if I could just not sleep, if I could stay busy every moment, fill every hour with activity and distraction, then I wouldn't have to feel the loss. But the loss was there whether I acknowledged it or not. All I accomplished was denying myself the natural process of mourning, of letting the wound heal properly." Carruthers nodded, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. "For me, it was a shame. The assault, the helplessness I felt. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that alley, young and frightened and hurt. I thought staying awake meant staying in control, staying safe. But Dr. Mortimer helped me understand that the memory had power over me precisely because I was running from it, that facing it, really facing it, processing what happened, Accepting that I survived, that's what actually returns control. Fear, Hodges added simply. I saw my foreman beaten to death over a labour dispute. I saw it happen and did nothing because I was terrified of losing my position, of my own family starving if I spoke up. The guilt ate at me, and every dream brought it back, his face, the sounds, my own cowardice. I convinced myself that sleep was the enemy, when really it was my own inability to forgive myself. Dr. Mortimer's been working with me on understanding that I was in an impossible situation, that my fear was human, that I can honour my foreman's memory by advocating for workers' rights now, rather than destroying myself over what I couldn't do then. Davies ran a hand through his thinning hair, his journalist training evident in the careful way he constructed his thoughts. I witnessed a murder during the Ripper investigation, not one of the canonical 5, but connected. I saw what one human being could do to another, saw evil in a form so pure and terrible that it shook my fundamental understanding of humanity, and I couldn't stop seeing it. Every time I closed my eyes, there it was. I thought I was staying awake to be productive, to write, to contribute. But really I was staying awake because I'd lost faith in the world's basic goodness, and sleep felt like surrender to darkness, both literal and metaphorical. Finally Blackwell spoke, his voice steady despite the emotion behind it. My father's death. Always, at the root of it, my father's death. I was 8 years old, watching him work on the docks, and then the cargo shifted, fell, crushed him before help could arrive. I've carried the image of his hand reaching toward me, the sound of his final breaths for 27 years. But more than the memory itself, I've carried the belief that I should have done something, that his death was somehow evidence of my own worthlessness. If I couldn't save my father, what good was I? So I drove myself to achieve, to accomplish, to prove my worth through constant productivity. And when the nightmares intensified, when sleep began forcing me to confront that terrible day, I decided I could simply eliminate sleep and eliminate the confrontation. He looked around at his companions, at the circle they'd formed both literally and figuratively. But we've learned, haven't we, that you can't eliminate pain by avoiding it, that trauma demands to be processed, that grief must be felt, that shame and guilt and fear don't disappear when ignored. They simply find new ways to destroy us. We tried to transcend human limitation, but what we really needed was to accept it, to understand that vulnerability isn't weakness, that rest isn't surrender, that closing our eyes doesn't mean abandoning vigilance. Watson found himself profoundly moved by these confessions, by the raw honesty of men who'd looked into the abyss of their own psyches and were choosing, finally, to step back from the edge. You've all done extraordinary work, he said quietly. The kind of courage you're showing tonight, facing your fears rather than running from them, that's far more impressive than any feat of physical endurance. Dr. Mortimer checked his pocket watch, then addressed the group with gentle authority. It's approaching 10 o'clock, gentlemen. I suggest we begin. Remember everything we've discussed in our sessions. The nightmares may come, probably will come, but you now have tools to cope with them. Upon waking, you'll find myself, the nurses, and your friends present. You're not alone in this. And most importantly, remember that dreams are not reality. They're your mind's way of processing, of healing. They can't actually harm you. The 5 men rose almost, in unison, moving toward their beds with varying degrees of reluctance. There was something ceremonial about the moment, something that reminded Watson of religious rituals he'd witnessed in various parts of the Empire. The solemn acknowledgement of a threshold being crossed, of a transformation being attempted. Blackwell was the last to climb into his bed, and before he did, he turned to Holmes. Your promise, Mr. Holmes, that I would wake again. I'm holding you to it. Holmes met his gaze steadily. And I stand by it. Sleep, Mr. Blackwell. Dream what you must, and wake to find that you've survived. One by one, the gas lamps were turned down further, until the room was lit only by the fire's glow and a single lamp left burning low on a side table. The 5 men settled into their beds, pulling blankets up, arranging pillows, going through the small rituals of bedtime that they'd denied themselves for so long. The room fell quiet except for the fire's soft crackling and the occasional shift of fabric as someone adjusted their position. Watson watched them trying to relax, to surrender to sleep, and recognized the paradox. The more desperately one tried to sleep, the more elusive it became. Sleep required a kind of trust, a willingness to stop trying, to simply allow consciousness to ebb away naturally. For men who'd spent months forcing themselves awake through chemical means, who'd trained themselves to fight against the body's natural rhythms, that surrender was perhaps the hardest thing they'd ever attempted. Minutes passed, then more minutes. The fire burned lower. One of the nurses dozed briefly, then jerked awake, catching herself with a small, embarrassed smile. Dr. Mortimer made quiet notes in his journal, documenting the experiment. Holmes sat perfectly still, watching with the focused attention he brought to all phenomena that interested him. And Watson found his own eyes growing heavy, the warmth of the room and the late hour conspiring to remind him that he too was human, subject to the same biological imperatives. Carruthers fell asleep first, his breathing evening out, his body relaxing. Porter followed perhaps 10 minutes later. Then Davies, his journalist's habit of sleeping in odd places under difficult circumstances, perhaps serving him well now. Hodges struggled longer, his eyes opening repeatedly, his body tense. But finally he too surrendered. Blackwell was the last, lying awake even as his companion slept around him. Watson could see the fear in his face, the resistance, the sheer terror of letting go. An hour passed, then another. Dr. Mortimer began to look concerned, consulting his notes, perhaps considering whether a mild sedative might be necessary after all. But then, just past midnight, as December the 10th became December the 11th, Watson saw the change. Blackwell's breathing deepened, his tense shoulders relaxed, his eyes, which had been fighting to stay open, finally closed and remained closed. Edmund Blackwell, who had defied sleep for so long, who had nearly destroyed himself in that defiance, had at last surrendered to the darkness he'd feared. The room settled into a different quality of silence, not the waiting quiet of earlier, but the profound stillness that comes when consciousness has departed, when human beings have crossed that mysterious threshold between waking and dreaming. 5 men slept, their breathing synchronizing gradually into a rhythm that was almost musical, their bodies finally being allowed the restoration they desperately needed. Dr. Mortimer moved quietly among them, checking pulses, observing breathing patterns, making notes with the careful precision of science. But Watson noticed something else in the physician's face. Satisfaction, yes, but also something deeper. Respect, perhaps, for the courage these men had shown, or simply the deep pleasure a healer feels when witnessing recovery, when seeing broken things begin to mend. The hours of deep night passed slowly. Holmes remained alert, though he spoke little, simply watching. Watson dozed intermittently, aware of his duty to witness but unable to fight his own body's need for rest. The nurses maintained their vigil, ready to respond if any of the sleepers showed signs of distress. The fire was carefully tended, kept burning to maintain warmth and light, a symbol perhaps of the care that surrounded these vulnerable men. It was Blackwell who woke first, sitting up suddenly just as dawn's first grey light began to penetrate the room's curtains. His eyes were wide, his face pale, and for a moment Watson saw pure terror in his expression. The nightmare, whatever it had been, was still fresh and vivid. Dr. Mortimer was beside him immediately, speaking in low, soothing tones. "You're safe, Mr. Blackwell. You're in the halfway house. You've been sleeping naturally. The nightmare was only a dream. You're safe." Blackwell's breathing was rapid, panicked, but gradually, as Mortimer's words penetrated, as his eyes focused on the familiar room, on his sleeping companions, on Holmes and Watson watching with concern, the terror began to recede. He pressed a hand to his chest, feeling his racing heart, and then, surprisingly, he began to laugh. Not the manic, brittle laughter of his drug-fueled days, but something more genuine, more human. "I dreamed of my father," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Saw him die again, exactly as it happened. But this time—" He paused, tears streaming down his face now. "This time, after he died, I saw him again standing in sunlight, whole and healthy, and he spoke to me. Told me it wasn't my fault, that I was just a child, that he was proud of who I'd become despite everything. I know it was only a dream, that it wasn't really him, just my mind creating what I needed to hear. But God, it felt real. It felt like forgiveness." Watson moved to sit on the edge of Blackwell's bed, his medical training taking over. Your pulse is elevated but settling. The dream was intense, but you survived it. You woke up, just as Mr. Holmes promised. Blackwell nodded, wiping his eyes with shaking hands. I woke up. I'm alive. And I'm... He paused, searching for words. I'm grateful. For sleep. For dreams. For the chance to process what I've been carrying. It was terrifying, yes, but also necessary. Healing. The others woke gradually over the next hour, each experiencing their own nightmares, each processing them in their own ways with Mortimer's gentle guidance. Carruthers woke crying but calm, having dreamed of his assault but also of the recovery afterward, of the strength he'd found. Porter dreamed of his wife's death but also of their happy years together, waking with sadness but also with peace. Hodges and Davies each faced their traumas again but emerged from sleep intact, shaken but unbroken. By the time full morning had arrived, bringing with it the weak December sunlight that passed for a day in London's winter, all 5 men were awake, gathered again in their circle of chairs, drinking tea that the nurses had prepared. They looked exhausted. Sleep after such long wakefulness was restorative but also demanding. But there was something different about them now. Some fundamental tension had been released. We did it, Porter said quietly, his cup rattling slightly in its saucer. We actually did it. We slept without drugs, faced our nightmares, and woke up on the other side. You did more than that, Holmes said, rising from his chair as if preparing to depart now that his vigil was complete. You demonstrated something that Victorian society often forgets, that true strength lies not in denying our limitations but in accepting them, that rest is not weakness but wisdom, that vulnerability, properly acknowledged and supported, leads to genuine healing rather than desperate escape. Blackwell stood as well, moving to shake Holmes's hand with more steadiness than Watson had yet seen in him. Thank you, both of you, for seeing us as men rather than merely criminals, for understanding that we needed medicine, not punishment. Thank Dr. Mortimer, Holmes replied, and thank yourselves for doing the actual work of recovery. Watson and I merely provided initial intervention. Everything since, the healing, the courage, the willingness to face your demons, that's been your accomplishment, not ours. They took their leave as the halfway house was waking fully to the new day, as breakfast was being prepared and the normal routines of institutional life were resuming. Outside, London was stirring as well, the city shaking off sleep and preparing for another day of commerce and ambition and endless striving. The handsome ride back to Baker Street was quiet, both men absorbed in their own thoughts. Finally, as they approached their familiar street, Watson spoke. Do you think they'll truly recover? Long term, I mean. Will they be able to live normal lives? Holmes considered the question carefully. Normal is perhaps the wrong aspiration. They'll always carry their traumas. That's the nature of such wounds. But I believe they've learned something essential. That trauma doesn't have to define or destroy us. That we can carry our scars and still build meaningful lives. That sleep, dreams, rest. These aren't obstacles to overcome, but necessary components of being human. They climbed the familiar 17 steps to their rooms, where Mrs. Hudson greeted them with breakfast and the mild reproach of someone who'd stayed up worrying about her lodgers. The morning post had arrived, bringing with it the usual assortment of potential cases, bills, and correspondence. Holmes settled into his chair with a satisfied sigh, reaching for his pipe. Do you know what strikes me most about this case, Watson? It began with a mystery. A man who never slept, and ended with a truth so simple it's almost banal, that human beings need rest, that consciousness, for all its value, is not meant to be perpetual, that darkness and dreams serve purposes we ignore at our peril. And yet, Watson added, settling into his own chair with tea and toast, it's a truth that Victorian society seems determined to forget. We valorize work without rest, productivity without pause, ambition without reflection. How many more cases like this will we see? How many people push themselves past all reasonable limits because they've been taught that limitation itself is failure? Too many, Holmes agreed, but perhaps each case, each intervention, plants a seed. Perhaps Blackwell and his companions will carry forward what they've learned. Perhaps they'll advocate for better understanding of mental health, for the importance of rest, for the wisdom of accepting rather than constantly trying to transcend our human nature, Watson smiled. You're a closet optimist, Holmes. Beneath all that cynicism and logical analysis, You actually believe people can change, can heal, can learn. Don't spread it around, Holmes replied, his lips quivering in that almost smile. Bad for my reputation. Detectives are supposed to be hardened cynics who've seen too much of human nature's dark side to believe in redemption. They sat in comfortable silence as morning light filled the room, as London fully woke and launched itself into another day of endless activity. Somewhere in that vast city 5 men were eating breakfast, preparing for another day of therapy and recovery, learning to live with both their limitations and their possibilities. And in a modest sitting room on Baker Street, 2 friends kept company in the shared understanding that some victories were quieter than others, some cases solved not with dramatic revelation, but with simple human compassion. The fire crackled, the tea grew cold, and eventually even Sherlock Holmes, who had stayed awake through the entire night watching over the Perpetual Society's first natural sleep, surrendered to his own. Body's needs and dozed, his pipe falling gently from his fingers, his sharp mind finally allowing itself the rest it had earned. Outside, London moved on, indifferent as always. But in one small corner of that vast metropolis, peace had been restored. Not the peace of problems eliminated, but the deeper peace of problems faced and survived. 5 men slept and woke again, gradually rebuilding trust in the rhythm that governed all human life. The case of the man who never slept had reached its conclusion, not with arrest and imprisonment, but with rest and healing, not with defeat, but with the quiet triumph of acceptance. And somewhere in the gathering darkness of another London evening, as lamps were lit and families prepared for sleep, the city demonstrated once more its ancient wisdom, that consciousness, however valuable, must eventually surrender to darkness. Those dreams serve a purpose that cannot be comprehended. That rest is not the opposite of achievement, but its foundation. The world turned, the night came, and humanity, in its infinite fragility and resilience, closed its eyes in trust that morning would come again. Sleep, at last, had returned. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're drifting off beneath the soft glow of Copenhagen, the warm evening air of Santiago, the gentle seaside calm of Gold Coast, or the quiet starlit skies of Tallinn. If this moment brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in gentle tranquility. Let the night settle around you like a whisper. Let your thoughts float free. Let your dreams rise slowly into the dark. Sleep softly now, wherever you are in this vast and beautiful world.